shot. If I could get in, drop me a pin, hop in the whip and come over. Don't wanna be friends, just in the skin. I wanna get closer and closer and closer. The way you got me all in my head. Think I'd rather you in my bed. Whatever it is, you know I can take it. I'm counting the days, how many days till I can see you again. Butterfly for my belly. Anytime where I see you, you're so fine, fine. You're so fine, fine, my lady. Fine, fine, my baby. Butterfly for my belly. Anytime where I see you, you're so fine, fine, my lady. See my baby. See my baby. See my baby.
Good morning all, welcome to Hagen and welcome to this Saturday of the FEI Jumping European Championships for the youth. Of course, it is team finals morning for the junior riders, and also coming up later this afternoon we've got the first of the individual finals for the children as well. It's another amazing day of sport. Yesterday we saw Great Britain take the gold medal in the children's European team final, and we saw the Netherlands taking the gold in the young riders European team final. Who will it be in the juniors? Well, that will become apparent over the next few hours. Germany lead the way coming in to this final day. But as is always the case, we start with those that are jumping for purely individual honours, looking to perhaps get into the top 30 that'll qualify for tomorrow afternoon's individual junior final. And then we'll move on to the teams. There are plenty still coming in as individuals. The first 60, in fact, will just be competing for themselves, and the first of which is Sophie Campbell, who unfortunately has had one down in this already, starting the day off on a score of 45.88. They are stacked up in reverse order of merits, so while we go through the individuals only, there will be ever-improving scores from the two competitions they've already competed in, one of which was the Table C and the other of which was the first round of teams 2 days ago. Oh, hang on a moment. That wasn't the plan. It's not being the easiest of weeks for Sophie. Talented young jockey, as they all are. Just doesn't always mean every week and every round goes the way that you would want it to. Just by being here is a testament to every single rider, to the quality of their abilities. She's riding RSH Moonbeg Marshall, coming into the final line. Time allowed is 77 seconds, so the time penalties you can just see ticking up. It's the cumulative, it's a wonderful word, isn't it? Cumulative total across the 3 rounds of jumping that you're seeing in the bottom right hand corner, and that is that final score of 66.88. It'll have been a great experience for Sophie this week, and I'm sure something she'll build upon and return again in the future. Well, the next to go will be the Croatian individual. Magdalena Benek riding I Save the Day Z. Starts today on a score of 39.36. She's going to pick up a time penalty or two here at the end of this track. And it pushes her final score then up to a total of 57.36. That's 18 today for jumping in time for Magdalena Benek and I Save the Day Z. Limbering up, getting ready pre-game stretchers. Been a tremendous atmosphere around this showground. Support for all of the riders. Of course, there's always the support for your team, but tremendous feeling across the support for everybody, whoever they are, whoever they're competing for. Now it is the Bulgarian individual, Lydia Jeliskova, riding here with Kadrik. 10-year-old gelding by Cardento. Starts today on a cumulative total of 39.25. Tricky place for the wall. Comes off that turn. Of course, it always looks worse when a wall falls down like that because it's made up of so many different pieces. Bricks back in the right place. Little adjustments. Arena team who've been working exceptionally hard over the course of the week, alongside our course designing lineup, led by Christian Wangan. Ooh. That's such a shame. Difficult end after the 3 days. Certainly there for that combination of Lydia Jeliskova and Kadrik. Well, the focus turns to Austria for the next in. Jana Verm, Nathan de Vries Z. Carrying a score of 36.88. Just to remind you as well, when we complete the individuals and move into the teams, obviously all the team riders will carry an individual score from whatever their performance is. Teams led by Germany today coming into this final round, the deciding round. Netherlands sitting in the silver medal position, Finland in the bronze, Switzerland in fourth, then Great Britain, Sweden, Belgium, Ireland, Italy and France. Top 10 teams separated by 14 penalties. But there is less than a fence between the top 3 teams. Really lovely way to finish. Look at that. Some of the rounds may not have been the easiest this week, but what a way to finish. What a brilliant round that was. Congratulations to them both. And delivering us the first clear of the day, and you can see just what it means to the two of them. Great round. Well done, Yana and Nathan Iris Z. So we get the first clear round on this course. She finishes today on a total of 36.88. Well, the next to go is a combination who ride for Portugal. Salvador Catella riding Glamadas. Starting score today of 30.27. Well, they suddenly have found their way, and it proves the point of the ability all the way up and down the list that we have here with us at these Europeans. They are all such an amazing bunch of riders, so capable. But as we know in this sport, not every day goes the way you'd want it to. So after a couple of days that they'd rather have put behind them, they prove just how good they are again by delivering a clear to finish off. Even with those clears, they're not going to qualify for the individual final because they are starting today in a position that even with the clear, I do not foresee being able to lift them from what is, I think, 96th position up into the top 30, but they finished their championship in fine style. Now it is Leila Yasmin Feliek here for Spain, riding Gares de Copu, and a combination starting here on a score of 25.91, and that's gone up by 4. You'll notice the water with the 2 poles above it today, so it's been judged as a water jump in terms that the poles are the faultable element, not the water itself. So as long as the poles stay up, even if they splash at the back of the water, it's still okay.
Penalties included 3 all the time, so we're saying now total score of 48.91. This one here for the fight. Enzo Lugo, CC. Alessandro Ventura für Monaco mit 25,13.
They finished on 23 for today. Now we move our attention to Monaco's Alessandro Ventura riding in Zeluvo, riding in her 3rd consecutive European Championships, starting today on a score of 25.13. So finishing their day and on a championship score there of 43.13, 18 additional penalties today. That was Alessandro Ventura riding Enzo Luvo. Next up, rides for Austria, and it'll be Rafaela Vixelbrom riding Lord Beckham. 24.59 the starting mark today, sitting in 92nd place. They finished with a overall championship total after the 13 penalties there for Rafael Vixelbrom and Lord Beckham, a 37.59. Those two clear rounds we saw from Salvador and Jana certainly benefiting their standing as they continue to shuffle up the order. Looking across now to the partnership that'll go next. Riding for Turkey, riding here is Belma Nil Istigren, riding Gri Delaboy. Starts today with a score of 23.49. To look and think about the reapproach. Oh, what a shame. And an interesting place to put them all as well, actually, just coming off that turn around the little hut out in the middle there, where the arena team are based. Appears off that turn. So, disappointing end for Belma. Meanwhile, we move our attention now to Denmark's Ingrid Kristin Loresen as the next to go. Riding here with Osiris FZ. Danish rider, 10th combination we see here this morning on a score to start the day of 22.65. last year jumped in the juniors as well, finished in 34th place last year. Nicely done. Best of the overall round scored 22.65. Lovely clear for Ingrid Christian Lauritsen there for Denmark, finishing in tremendous form after their championship appearance. It's a good coming. There's a partnership. They jumped clear in the Nations Cup in Belgium back at the beginning of the season as well. Jumped 4 and clear that day to help the team to 3rd. Great combination. Now we move to another from Bulgaria, Marta Kushlieva riding Crunch Diluans. .57 is that starting mark for today. Now moved into the top 90 individuals, 89th in the order after 2 rounds of jumping.
Am Ende sind es auch hier 20 Startpunkte, 16 auf dem Parcours, 4 für Überschreiten der erlaubten Zeit. Somit haben wir ein totales Ergebnis nach 3 Runden von 42,57 Sekunden. So
In the end turns into a total of 20 from their final round as they have those fences down, Marta and Crunch Diluans. Onwards to Russia's Viktor Korozgov riding here with incredible power. 19.89 is the carried score. Again, it's that wall causing a little bit of confusion, and commiserations there to Victor and Incredible Power N. Still the third time of asking, but at least they got over before they finished here today.
Team is smiling and it's all fine today, but
the next go riding here for France is Eliza Richard riding Chivas Dream Boy. Rode on the junior team last year after competing with the ponies the year previous. Of course, the Pony Europeans coming up next week. Looking forward to that. Now, first fence goes down. About to say starting on 19.27, but already up to 23.27. That's what you call a rider and a horse working it out together. Sometimes a bit of vocal encouragement is never a bad thing. Just to make sure that you're being clearly understood and getting to the finish there. Well done to Eliza Richard and to Chivas Dream Boy. So combination for France, obviously not having the easiest of days, but 36.27 is where she finishes for the week. I do like that little hat. That's a great hat. I want one of those hats. Well, the Danish rider next to go is, and he'll be riding Hagen and a.T.W. 19.20, the starting mark. Well, that adds a score of 8 on from the last couple of days. So that was at there, Ruby there, and Hagen and a.T.W. 19.20. Obviously was the starting mark, and finishing in the end on 27.20. Plenty more individuals to come. Looking for the teams, obviously the team final. We go through all the individuals first. So I would suspect around about 11 AM local time, Central European summertime, will be when we get to, probably be a bit after that, more like 11:15 by the time we've had a couple of breaks for the actual first of the rotation of team riders for those 10 teams in the final. Now, though, it is on course for Hungary. Annabella Bonda riding vis-a-vis. Starts the day on this score of 19 even, 0.08. They scored 10.08 in the table C and then added 9 on the second day. Well deserved, lovely finish, clear round. Congratulations to Annabelle Bonda. Real high to finish on. Congratulations there with vis-a-vis. Hungarian combination going clear on the final day. So they wrap up on a score of 21.08. In fact, I say it's clear. I've actually just realised, as much as I'd love to say it's clear officially, it's 2 time penalties. So not quite a 0 score, but still leaving the fences up. Well done, you. Next to go, it's this combination from the Czech Republic of Andrea Krova riding Riga Mans. It's an 8-year-old stallion. And Viana riding in her 3rd Europeans, having ridden both in Italy in 2023 and in the Netherlands in 2024. Starting out here with this score of 18.23. Brilliant. Over the fences they go. They leave them standing. They do pick up a couple of time penalties, but again, I'm not sure they're going to worry too much about that at this stage. It's a starring way to wrap things up. A wonderful moment to see the emotions begin to flow as they finish officially on a 2 penalty score. But it just shows so much ability up and down the list. Onwards to Portugal. Martin Ribeiro rides Mr. Langon Parisol, the 10-year-old gelding here that begins the day on a score of 17.95. Dear. Fortunately, they sort of a little bit jumped it enough that the judges let them continue.
gekommen. Und hier haben wir 12 aus dem Parcours. 14 Führerscheinlaufzeit. Und wir sind 26 Startpunkte, die wir oben
Oh, in the end, it became a total of 26.
penalties for fences, refusal, and time. So we're staying now on 43.95 in total after the 3 rounds for Martin Liberio.
Onwards. Monaco. Fairbanks Clark. 17.17 our starting mark today with Casco Z.
The next result for Monaco. Casco Z and Fairbanks Clark.
Line. Time looks okay. Jump. Oh no! Just a fraction in it, but she should be delighted. Just a gentle little rub right at the very end, and down goes the back rail. So it in the end becomes a score of 4, sadly, for Freya. But otherwise, it had looked so good with Casco Z. Well, next up, Julia Ganoska. We move our attention now to Poland. Joining Blue F, individual total 16.23. Gets over that last. Well done to them. The time will be, of course, consequential in terms of it not being a 0 score. It's a 1 penalty score, but again, I don't know that at this stage that makes much difference. Moves on to a championship total of 17.23. Well done to Jolene Blue F. Interesting how we've seen the time coming into play a little bit. Just wonder if this, we've seen clear rounds as well, but feel that this course is going to hold a level of influence over the destiny of those team medals a little later. Of course, Ireland will be hoping that they can move up the medal order with their quartet as the defending junior champions. Meanwhile, here is their individual rider, Brian, here with Qatari Delonsdom Z, starting the day in 76th place on a score of 16.05. All of the majority of which really comes from that table C score. But she actually, in the second round of jumping, jumped for 2 time penalties. Great little partnership here. Well, there you have it. There's no issues with the clock, is there, this time round? It's clear all the way. I mean, what a brilliant 2 rounds, really, she's put together after the difficult moment in the table C that obviously had that impact on the score she carried forward from that. But she started on a score of 14.05 after the table C. She's only added 2 penalties since then. Finishes on a 16.05. Well done, Ryan and Qatari Delonsdom Z. Next to go, it's the turn of Jana. Jana Kurkova, riding like a bird. Part of the lineup of riders from the Czech Republic. Starting score of 15.39. And 4 more added on there. Again, that the score stays where. Sorry, 4 added on to the score from yesterday, previous one. So 4 penalties today, but still, it is just that 1 fence that went down. Different fences around this course, though, create their own problems. Now onwards to Turkey now with Yedit Hakan Karenci riding here with Quat. Turkish rider on 15.23. Out of the 4 so far, make that 8. Charles goes to add to the score as well there for the partnership from Turkey. 16 it is as a score. Not quite today, so but score up to 31.23. Onwards to Spain, Carlos Garcia Sanchez. Score of 15 from their 2 rounds so far. Hagen of the Mus. So they finished with an 8 today, an 8 to move the score to 23 for Carlos Sanchez, and that was Nentov Demus for Spain. The next to go is an individual for Luxembourg, the partnership of Mette Ginsen and Helmida Kresker. 72nd in the individual order, starting out today. And this score of 14.99. Together a reasonable round with just the 4 penalties added in from the second round of jumping in the individuals. You can't ask for better than that, can you? Didn't add anything at all today. Clear all the way from Help Me, and well done there to Mette for Luxembourg. 14.99 the final score, with that 9-year-old to top the individual standings currently. Small round. So great news for them. Next to go is Norway. 14.41 is the starting mark for Mia Sares. Round up Van Lentamel. Well, the final fence is the one and only fence that got in the way of that being a clear as well. The riders doing a great job today with their horses, but it is 4 for Mia and Roundup. So 18.41 is where they finish their score. 3 to go before we take a pause. We'll be halfway through the individual run of riders at that stage. Fancy scores in the difficulties though. Now onwards to Maya Peets, Hungarian rider here with Gwen. 14.41 is the score. Job at the moment. I wonder if the time will be okay for them though. Ooh, middle of the combination. Time is looking good, but it is 4 down that final line that cost them, unfortunately.
Is 18.14, so it means that this is a new 4th place in the individual ranking after 3 rounds now for
Well, the next up is Poland's Antonia Gruszka riding King Clinton. The starting mark today, 13.87. She's in now to the top 70 riders from the individual standings as we start out today. They finished today with a score of 18.87, adding 4 for jumping, 1 for time in this final round for them. Well, taking us up to the break actually is a combination that did deliver a clear round in the second competition, finishing on that clear, so they're still sitting on the score they finished the table C with. It's Romain Serret for Monaco, Impact de Seigneur. After this we will have a short break. Well, they just add the 4 to the score today. Well done to Senate there. And Impact to the Senior from Monaco. So we are now 30 in into the 60 individuals, and then after the individuals, of course, we'll move into the riders, also very much part of the teams, and those 10 teams. There's a lot of jumping to come to find out later who's going to win the team gold here for the Junior European Championships. Of course, the top 30 individuals will also qualify for the final tomorrow individually. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back very soon.
Love you
I think we're set to get back underway. There's the run of riders that we're yet to see in this next sort of section. The 30 that we will go through will take us up then to the start of those that are part of the team final as well. Kicking things back off in a moment will be Polish rider Alicia Kosmol riding Macho. Starts on a score of 13.54. The Polish rider here then ready to get going. Good luck, Alicia. So at the moment, individual score-wise, Meta Genselen, Luxembourg's Meta there with a individual total of 14.99 is the best of the scores so far. A time penalty. Does pick up 2 time penalties there. Provided the time allowed is 77 seconds, so I've seen a few of them today just nabbing a time penalty or two, whether it be with or without jumping penalties. So on this occasion, that to finish things off was Alicia Kosmol, picking up 4 for jumping, 2 for time. 19.54 is where she finishes her championship. A.T.W goes next. Starts the day in 66th place for Hungary as an individual. Crisscross is the name of the horse. This 13-year-old by Christian. To remind you, we're looking for the top 30 individuals come the end of today to push through into the individual final. And we've got the first of the individual finals coming up this afternoon for the children. After their team final yesterday, we've got this final team final with the juniors this morning, and then the junior individual final and the young rider individual final will take place tomorrow. Causing the issue at the end there, unfortunately, to push the score up by 4. Otherwise, done a great job until that point, but just getting caught out in that triple. 4 it is for Ida Cusco and Crisscross. They finish on 14.60. Maria Butuza now with Quaid Moritz. Top individual at the Baltic Championships last year. Now carrying 12.49 into today. Just picking up a final score there for Horia with those 3 time penalties of 15.49. So good effort. Well done. Now soccer here and Digiport Malik, 12.17, still clear at the moment. Whoops. Over the finish line. That's 4 to the score. Again, it's a combination, isn't it? So there we have it, Nel Soska, and that was Digisport Malik there for Poland, finishing today on a score of 16.17. Round of Meta Garrison from Luxembourg, still carrying her high in the order. Laszlo Osse goes next, Hungary. 11.81 the starting score with Coden VA. Well, there we have a, in the end, for Laszlo and Coden, score in this round of 12, 23.81 is his final score. And we go to Monaco and Liv Pettis here. Riding Hello de Vescurie, the 9-year-old gelding. Carrying a score of 11.61 into today. Just going to come back and try that again.
Guys, give a very big round of consolation applause for the gift. Liv and Elvis Kelly.
In the end, obviously, the score going up, but getting to the finish, there were certainly some good moments in that round from Liv and Helle Veskeri. Just got a little difficult at the end there for them. Well, next to go, we move our attention to Austria's Lisa Galitic, Clarissa van der Hel.
Lisa Galitic und Clarissa van der Hel. Es ist ein Maßstabstunde hinzu. 15 Überschreitung und 19,74 ist das Endergebnis. 19.7 for penalties now, adding 9 penalties in this course for 5 Prizegiving and laps.
So 9 is the score out of today for those two, of Lisa and Clarissa. Now Margot de Konix, Monaco once more. O&A. .37 the current score. Very well done. Lovely round of jumping, clear round of jumping. Best of the rounds so far overall in terms of the score, 10.37. I wonder if that would be enough. I mean, it'd be a big jump to get her up into the top 30. She's set in 59th place at the start of today.
10.17 penalties now score the next finish combination. That's from the biggest state and they use a Belgian brand inside Coca-Cola for Finland.
Onwards, forwards, and to Finland their individual. Of course, Finland, who put together a tremendous team performance in the bronze medal starting out today. But their individual. Up next is Sara Kulula riding Quartz van Heemsted on a total of 10.17. Final line proving decisive for many today. And that in the end, of course, adding a total of 12 over the course there. 22.17 it is as a final score. And that was Sara Kulula, the individual for Finland. As I say, Finland doing a great job in terms of their team. They're very much in the hunt. The top three teams, to remind you when we get there: Germany in the gold, the Netherlands in the silver, Finland in the bronze. But also chasing them are Switzerland, Great Britain, Sweden, Belgium, Ireland, Italy and France. Well, this is our next to go, and Palmer, Sophie Gray, Jansen Christensen for Denmark. Coco Chanel, the 8-year-old Comme il faut mare, starts the day on a score of 9.85. The final fence this time is the one that gets in the way of that clear round, and that's 4 and 4 over the 2 days from Palmer, Sophie Gray, Jansen Christensen to add to that 5.85 from the table C. So 13.85 is the score in the end. It's still the second best of the marks we've had so far. Best mark overall is that of Margot de Konix and Ewan A. I wonder if that is enough to put the Monegasque rider through. We'll find out later. There's a lot still to come that could yet score more, or could yet score better. Onwards to Vaclav Hamlik. The next is the Czech rider here with El Vista. 9.81 is the starting mark. certainly doesn't look to be any problems for that round. Well done, Vaclav Hamplik and Elvista. The clear round delivered to wrap up his championship. Maybe, you never know. Pushing through, we will see. They need a lot of riders to falter at this stage still, because Vaclav today starting in 56th place, but it's not an impossible form. Of course, he had a late change as well. He was originally going to come with Pythagoras, but then changed over to Elvista. Now onwards to Giovanni Vottino for Italy. Their individual. Italy will be part of the team final. They sit in 9th starting out today. Combination 53rd in the individual rankings on a score of 9.06. Seeing some brilliant rounds, some great jockeys, as we've said throughout, but it's another clear round. It's the best of the overall scores. 9.06 is where he sits at the finish. So, well done to Giovanni Vottino. Unbreakable manoeuvres there. Jumping beautifully to wrap things up with a clear, and I'm sure we'll share any insights that he can with his team riders that are coming later. On to Denmark. Sadly, the Danes missed out on the team final. Now, this is Emily Sestebol riding Stavangs Daraqui. Starts today on a score of 9.05 in 52nd place. Beautifully done as well. Congratulations. As they finish with that round, that clear round there for Emily to push her now into the top spot. Emily Sestebol there and Stavangs Daraqui. Jumped some lovely rounds, those two. Now onwards to Austria. As the next to go is Julia Handke riding Jumbo B. 8.41 is her current score. Should perhaps note as well, Juliet jumped to clear in the second individual round. So the 8.41 she's on is the score she finished the table C with. does carry 8 penalties away from this round. After the clear round on day 2, they finished their score on 16.41 and dropped down into 10th position for the moment. Well, this is now the next on track. Marcel Marcel here with Nice as Twice, Van Berkenbrock Z. Another actually jumped clear in the second individual round. Still then on their table C score of 8.3, but now with 4 more to add to that. So they end up moving on to a total score today of 20.30 as they add 12 from that round. Luck to Marcel. $15 more individuals to go before we turn to the teams. Israel's Yali Kass next up, 8.25. Isaac's next. Looking across, I'm not sure. Maybe there's a change in the gold. We'll find out in a moment because that's not Yali.
Hopefully make it to the individual final. Now on a score of 8.25 family points with this very beautiful.
Onwards, 8.25 for Yali as he starts out on 49th place. Overall, 8.25 his score. It's starting now to get into the region where you would maybe start to think that the clears, if a clear round, you jump a clear, you might well, even if you're out the 30 at the minute, get through, because obviously there's still, I'd say 50 riders to come, that of which you need 20 to fall below you to get into the top 30. But when I say fall below, you're only really talking a fence down, because then it'll change the score sufficiently. So clear rounds now becoming hugely important. This is Luna van Rustoff. Got into the individual final last year in Risenbeck, got through to the final and then finished in 16th place individually. Like I said, if you can jump a clear, it might well put you through, and that is as best he can do. Brilliant from Yali Kass. He's done what he needed to today. Now you'll wait and watch and hope, but fingers crossed that is enough. We will see. So Yanni Kass and Lina Venteristhoff move to the top of the individual board of those that have jumped today. 8.25 the score. Obviously, if everybody keeps jumping clear, he won't qualify, but that's not the way this sport works. Now, onwards to the next, and Anna Plutz, Lino P. Rides, of course, for Austria, and starts today in 47th position on a score of 8. Which obviously means she's exactly 2 fences off the lead, because our leader is still on 0, and that's Pedro Mansour, the young jockey from the Netherlands. Except I'm thinking of the wrong particular age group and category. That'll be the children, I'm thinking. It's Germany's multi-measure form, 1.26. And then it's Brianne Beerbum, Laura Andre, the 1, 2, 3 at the moment individually. So, yeah, anybody at the moment within a 2 fence margin of the lead. It also shows the pressure that's going to be on those leading riders, not only from a team standpoint, but from an individual standpoint. Keep themselves in contention in both. Across the finish line. 13 is the final total for Anna. As she finishes up today with 4 for jumping and 1 for time. So 13 it is. We move our attention from Austria to Spain in a moment. Former European medalist as well 2 years ago. 2 years ago? 3 years ago. 2023, 3 years ago. Children's individual silver that year for Uxa Rodriguez. And today with Clarin de Ramos was the horse that she took the title on as well. The silver medal on in Colle Minore in Italy. Now here, it currently in 44th position. On this score of 7.38. Lovely round indeed. Clear round for Spain. Well done, Uxa. And Clarin de Ramos, the very experienced former medal winning ride for her. But showing again there's so much good between them. And at 7.38 now tops the board. So the feeling of all of the youth championships when we get into the individual standings, I have a feeling that the juniors will probably be the closest and the most tightly bunched of them. Matilda Larsen goes next, rides the long-standing partner of hers, Dover 9. 6.76 her individual score. Now she's in 37th position overall, so clear round would go a long way to almost ensuring her qualification, but we will see. Obviously we're going to keep maybe jumping as we go through the order up more in the rankings, because obviously quite a few of those, all those that we're missing out in the rankings are those that are in the teams to come a little bit later on. Beautifully done, clear all the way, no trouble at all there for those two as they deliver. And 6.76 is where they remain. Well done to Matilda Larsen and Dover 9. Well, we're going from Denmark to Norway for the next to come forward. This is Lina Stormson riding Billy Violin. Starting out on this 6.29 score. Jumped a clear round yesterday, or the day before yesterday in the second individual round. Junior riders started with their table C on Wednesday and then had their second individual round and the first team round on Thursday. They then had yesterday off and now here again today, and then of course the individual final tomorrow. Finish line, but adding to the score, so therefore finishing on a total of 18.29 with Billy Violin there. That was Linus Thormerson picking up 12 penalties today. 10 more individuals to come forward before we take a little pause and then we go into the team final. The medals, I remind you, will be awarded today. 10 teams, 40 riders, 3 medals. Who takes gold? We will see. Currently, Germany lead. Onwards to Spain, and next of the Spanish riders is Margarita D'Agostino Vargas, riding Cadira PS, also delivered a clear round on Thursday. Combination again costing a different rider, but another 4 as they cross the line on the 4. 9.24 it is. Spain's Margarita Vargas there. This is now Romania's Andia Elienebotia riding Lavocios. That left the fencer standing on Thursday, riding here with this 12-year-old gelding on a score of 4.86. They do add 4 more onto that total with that one fence down late on, so they move on to 8.86 there to currently wrap up their championship. Currently in 4th place. That's enough or not, we will see. She started today in 26th place, so she has gone down a few positions, but it might yet still be enough, depending on circumstance. Now Diana Kapanova riding here with redoubtable Quintos Z. 4.79 the score. Starting the day in 24th position. Now 24 is in the end the score. After a lovely clear yesterday, it hasn't gone that way for them today, sadly there for Diana, so that will drop her out of contention for an individual placing. Next up, the Lithuanian jockey that topped the board on the table C started the week on a 0 score. Added 4 in that second round of jumping. Starts today on that 4 penalty score inside the top 20 in 19th place. Tartas Rimavetis and Hashtatat. Well, apologies, little sound glitch there, but we're back with you. There we go. For Hungary there, that was Rodrigo Shizai wrapping up his day with Jakatuno SZ. Well, on course now. This is the combination for Belgium. Of course, they're individual because they'll be part of the teams as well in a short while. This is a.T.W sitting 16th on HHS Ocala. On this 381 at the moment. It's currently looking to try and jump her way into that individual final. And she's certainly done that with that round. It's a beautiful clear round, and 3.81 puts her on top for the moment as well individually. And obviously puts her in a great place to maybe, depending on what others do, move into the top 10. We'll see what happens. So well done, Estelle Ventic. She's performed brilliantly, delivered her clear round to ensure her place in the individual final. Sticks with the score she started on after the table C. It's 2 clear rounds of jumping over the last 2. Now onwards to Albert Pisarik here with Baltic Love. To the individual final, having just missed out the last couple of years, riding here on a score of 3.74, starting the day in 15th individually. Nice, very nice. That'll see him into the individual final this time round. No issues at all, and leads individually 3.74 to guarantee that he'll finish in the top 15 individually today, and obviously well within a fence of the lead going in to the final tomorrow. Individual finals over 2 rounds, so there's a lot that can and most likely will happen. On to the combination for Denmark that sit in 12th overall. This is Marie-Therese Bobedliarsen riding Tanneberg Dribrocken. One of 3 individuals we will see before we turn to the teams. 2.92 at the moment. Is it going to stay there? Yes, it is. Really nice. Lovely clear round to ensure that they, as in they being Malu and Tanneberg, will stay in 12th or better. And obviously on that score of 2.92. Good news story for them. Moving on, moving up, and to the next in. There are 2 more to go. And then we have a 7-minute break, and then we go to the teams. 10 teams: France, Italy, Ireland, Belgium, Sweden, Great Britain, Switzerland, and then the medals at the moment: Finland, the Netherlands, and Germany in the gold. This, though, is Turkey's Aliniansi, riding here with a.T.W. Currently just outside the top 10 in 11th place on a score of 2.90. So, there we go. 8 more today. That's costly because it pushes her to 14th position, so she'll not be sure whether she gets through yet or not. But obviously, the likes of Malu, who, as I said, was today starting in 12th place, has already moved up 1. Well, the next to go is the one we see from the top 10 before we go to the teams. Obviously, all the team riders are individuals as well, so they'll count towards those individual scores. And this is for the Netherlands. Now, the Dutch today, as a team, will begin the day in the silver medal position. But this is a jockey in an individual placing that's currently 7th. 2.33 is the individual total here for Jip. Good, riding Quattro B. We'll be hoping to try and stay in the mix for the individual honours. What a shame that is. Well, that means she drops down a little bit, 6.33. I mean, I think we'll still be enough to go through. We'll find out later, but either way, it pushes her out of the top 10, you would have thought, for the time being. So, 2.92, Malu Teresa Bobo-Gliasen, of the scores that we've seen finished, leads at the moment. Now I'm going to take a short break, reset things, and then we get underway with the individuals as well, but more importantly, the teams. The team final starts next. 10 teams, 40 riders, 3 medals. Let's find out. Stay with us. Well, here we go, where time is upon us to find our journey to the top of the podium for one of these teams. Who will be the gold medalists, we will find out. Currently, it is Germany that lead the teams coming into this final round of jumping. They're on a score of 5.30 ahead of the Netherlands, who are on 8.71, that's 3.41 behind, and Finland in the bronze on 9.08, that is 3.78 off the lead. Currently in fourth is Switzerland, Great Britain in fifth, Sweden, Belgium, Ireland, Italy and France filling out the top 10, and it is to France then we start with Marine Siruga riding Firias Deli, the first of the quartet of riders then for France. Started so strongly individually at the beginning of the week in that table C. They did then end up picking up 4 in the second round of jumping. First big teen day. They were actually second in the table C. Currently sitting 23rd in the overall individual standings. Combination, we've seen it throughout the individual run of riders this morning. It's a final line, including the last, that can cause its problems, and it has there. Total in the bottom right hand corner, as ever, is the cumulative total for that combination over 3 rounds of jumping. So obviously we though just count guarded for the moment, but something they need to bear in mind. They start the day on a 19.3. Next up is Italy, starting the team score today on 17.88. with Andrea Pisani, Shamanj JTZ. Fortunately, has had the first fence down. He's out of contention on an individual basis, but will have still been an important part, the team would have hoped, after what was a difficult second round. That's 8 today, opening the line for the Italians. So again, a team with fences down, starting with an 8 penalty score, discarded for the moment. Obviously, as we go through the first rotation, as we always know, because you can discard 1 score of your team, it means that ultimately, as we're always looking at the best potential outcomes on scores, nothing really changes in terms of, well, nothing will change in terms of the order of teams. Once we get into the second rotation of riders, that's where things can begin to move around in terms of where the teams are sat in the order. On we go to Ireland, who started out today as the defending European team champions after that fabulous win in Lisenbeck last year. And their first rider, Sinan Rip and Kriva Special, the Irish team, starting the day in 8th place on 17.63, 12.33 penalties off the leading team score. frustrating for them. It's a fence down. Keeps the combination really well. Time allowed looks a-okay. So it is indeed a 4-penalty score that adds to the mix, 14th individually, but it's, as I say, 4. And that means that Ireland also start with a score. They have to hold away from the scoreboard as things stand. So from Ireland we move to Belgium. Alongside Ireland have had so much success in the juniors. Ireland, of course, won gold in 2025 and 2023 as a team. Belgium in the juniors, I think they've had 4 gold medals in the last 10 years. Currently starting the day in 7th place on a score of 14.41 as a team. And Peter Jan Andresen here with Plato de Muse, who put in that magnificent score and round in the table C to finish 3rd. So it was the 4 penalties that got added to his score in the first round of the team competition that has started him today on a score of 4.97. Previously a member of the bronze medal winning team in 2025 in the juniors. Big cheer, quite rightly so, as he does it again. May well have had one down in the first round of the teams, but he's come back with the clear in the second round of the teams. Locks in his place in the individual final as well, 4.97. Peter Jan and Dylan Van there. So well done to them. Great start for Belgium. They've got that to lean back on now. It's a 0 to start. Now we move to Sweden. Of course, just ahead on a score of 12.42 as a team, and their first rider is Valentina Jarl, riding Kelvin FSZ. To the wall. Still okay at the moment. We should remember as well this. Ooh, just about got away with that. Sweden, who won the Youth Nations Cup final at the back end of last year, have certainly got the ability and the strength to deal with the pressure at these big moments. Just like that, they do indeed deal with pressure so very, very well. Valentina Jarl, Kelvin FSZ is clear. Nicely done. She's out of contention in terms of the individual positions to get through, so it's all about the team, and that is what the team was so in need of. Served up a clear to start things off for Team Sweden here in the final, which is all important to push them in the right direction. Well done to them. It's interesting that the top 5 teams, starting here with Great Britain, all of which actually didn't add anything to their score from memory, but in the previous day. Holly Gherkin then starting off for the British team. The team in 5th place on a score of 11.59. Holly Gherkin Joplin. Holly has been twice part of gold medal winning performances for the pony teams in recent years. Now in the juniors. Beautiful round to start for the Brits as Holly Gherkin has now jumped clear in both rounds of the team competition. What a reliable pathfinder to start their line, and the British team following Sweden and Belgium with their first rider going clear. A positive boost for everybody that is left in any team, and that's great news for Great Britain, as it was for Sweden, as it was for Belgium. Will it be for Switzerland, the team knocking on the door most of all to get back into the medals? The Swiss team start with Sascha Beck as a score of 9.87 is the mark for the Swiss. Sascha on a score individually of 2.30, meaning that he has started today in 6th place as an individual. So this is a key round. The Swiss will be hoping for it all to come together with Buster Moon. He master the final line. Certainly can. Certainly can. Beautifully done. Great news for him, because for the time being at least that's the best completed individual score as well, but it's so important for the Swiss to keep them in medal contention in the teams as the 4th place at the start of today get their clear round. Don't come under any pressure after they've just watched the 3 teams behind them all deliver clears from their first riders. So Sascha Beck following up what has so far been a free few days. Finland really on song here over the last few days. And their clear round run yesterday, pushing them up into the bronze medal position at the moment. Now, Sanne Ili, their first rider, starts today on a team score of 9.08. The top 3 teams all within a fence of each other, so it's going to be very tight. Sanne, who was the individual silver medalist in 2024 in the children's on backwards challenger, here with today Kalios Yasso Z. Oh, what a shame. Won't change things for the moment, but when you know those that are chasing you have all jumped it clear with their first rider, it's not the ideal scenario. But nevertheless, it's only one down, it's only one rider. Sana Ili Kalias ESO. So, as I say, nothing will change in the order at the moment. So once you get into the second rotation, things can start to swing. Next up will be the Netherlands, of course, the Dutch team taking young rider, Team Gold. With a great day yesterday. Now, last year it was Junior Team Silver. Jonny van Zandvoort with La Pleasure. That's the discard score, the only one to have a fence down in the first round of the teams. The Dutch team starting today on a team total of 8.71. Jonny and La Pleasure were part of the silver medal winning team in Risenbeck 12 months ago. Oh dear. Oh, what a shame. So, the team that started the day in silver also start the day with a fence down. Jonny, who was already out of play on an individual standpoint for time being is 22nd, but will drop lower. But either way, can just having a little pressure. Of course, the three that followed her all delivered clears yesterday, or 2 days ago. 2 days ago. That first round. Now on to the team that start the day in the gold medal position, the home team. Looking for their first junior team gold medal since 2015. And of course, very much these two in the individual hunt as well, as they start the day on a score individually at 2.59. But Germany start as a team on 5.30. Lennart Tillman, Valtenier 3. Was part of the 2022 children's team gold medal winning performance. Started the day 9th individually. Line. Perfect start, isn't it? For Team Germany, they delivered a perfect first round where all four riders delivered clears. And they started, as they finished that, with another clear round today. Lennart Tillman, who is also then, yes, indeed, the celebrations. And that is what it's all about. Valtenier 3, and of course he will remain in the top 10 as an individual. So it's been a brilliant start for Lennart. You can see how happy he is, so he should be. So Germany starting strong, but now we're going to look to the second rider of each of the teams, and this is where things could, in some cases, begin to move, although not at the very top, because Germany, as long as they keep delivering clear rounds, will deliver themselves a gold medal. Let's see what happens as we move back to the team that starts the day in 10th place. It is to France, Nathan Garretz, Elegant de Corain. A very tough day in the first round of the teams, ended up on a total of 12. But already France with an 8 penalty discard they would love not to have to use. See how these two do. So for moving the French team onto a total of 23.3. Count both. So the 8 will move France onto a total of 27.30 at the end of this round. And it is, though, just the 8, so they count an 8 and discard an 8. Fingares there, and Elegant de Corain for France. So 27.30, the French team. Starting the day in 10th, and for the moment looking like it'll be a struggle to move up any further. Well, we'll go to Team Italy. They also started the day with an 8, so that's their discard. This combination jumped for 4 in the first round of the teams. First rider for Italy is Guevara Maria Beccari, riding Lexicograph. Helped Italy to the win in Bustorizio on the Nations Cup Series this year with a double clear with this ride. On 4 so far. Coming round the corner, and of course that's accounting for the team, 21.88 currently. Finishing then with just the one fence falling, as they did the day before. So it is now a team on 21.88 there for Italy.
Second round for Ireland, on a score of 80 points to 1 individually, team score 70.63. This is Oberham from Lohhof, with Belgian Eldorado's son and Kia McMahon.
We move to Ireland. The Irish team, who also started with a 4 from Sienna Reap, now have Kia McMahon as their second rider. Reigning European pony champion, individual champion. Now into the juniors. couple of days in terms of scores. We'll hope with Oberon van Leeuwenhof things are going to change here in this second team and deciding team round. But no, it isn't, and that means 4 will count. They'll have to count one of the 4s at least. So 21.63 now becomes the Irish score. The score you're looking at in the bottom right-hand corner is his individual total. Kept it to the 4 though. Just that one fence down. Yes, it counts, but it is but 1, and Ireland still remain then just with a 4 penalty score as a discard. Keir McBunler and Oberon van Leeuwenhof. So they, for the time being, remain in 8th place, which is of course where they started the day. Next we move up to the team that started the day in 7th place and have also delivered a clear with their opening rider, so we'll see whatever happens next. If it is a penalty score, they'll be able to discard it. This is Nikita van der Merchen riding Clayboy as the second rider out for Team Belgium. She was also part of the 2021 Children's Team Gold medal performance. That was with Imperialasso. Little gentle rub. This would be such a brilliant round if she can hold together the clear. She's just drifted off to the left a little bit. Oh, and unfortunately it all comes undone at the last as the 4 does indeed appear. Oh, what a shame. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. As she was a little bit off balance as she came through the combination, which she really had to do everything she could to try and ride in, get through. And then unfortunately the last goes down. Bad luck Nikita and Clayboy. But it doesn't affect Belgium's score, at least for the time being, as they have that as a discard mark. They rely back on that clear from Peter. Now Sweden also with that clear round from their first rider to lean back on is now the turn of Jonathan Hansen going next. Mosharike van Katahai. So, see what these two can perhaps deliver. Well, Sweden starting the day in 6th position as a team. And they get there. They get there with a clear. Beautifully done. And stick with their individual total as well, obviously. So that A tremendous day for Jonathan Hansen. He started the day down in about 40th position, so that might yet be enough to push him into the individual final with the way the day's turned. So Jonathan Hansen, though, most importantly, keeping Sweden, if they're to climb the order today, those are the rounds you need, and that's the rounds they found. As we turn our attention now to Great Britain, started with a beautiful clear for Holly Gherkin, her second clear over the 2 rounds. Now the turn of Nelly Locke. Nelly, who rides Diamantine Z. Last year part of the team gold in the ponies, but sadly has already just had what I think was the first fence down. Getting pulled in and down it goes. It will be the discard score for the moment. But Britain, who start in 5th, like those around them, will have been hoping to find a way of moving forward today. Last fence adds to the first fence, and 8 becomes the score. Sadly, it's the first and the final fences that fall for Nelly Locke. With Diamantine Z. Obviously, she started the day in 22nd as an individual, but will, unfortunately, with that score, I'm sure now drop away from the 30 that qualified for the individual final. But no, they get a discard, so at the moment they stay in 5th place on their score of 11.59 as we now move to the Swiss, who also started with a clear round. Now it's the turn of Lydia Butiel. Lydia riding Ohala 13. Jump for 4 in the first round of the teams. Already with a double clear on the Nations Cup circuit this year, when they jumped and helped the Swiss to 2nd in Italy. Oh dear. Well, they now open the door up to having a discard, but of course stay where they are at the moment on 9.87. They're having a total of 4. She finishes individually on 10.90. Of course, the Sasha Beck clear round is holding the Swiss in 4th place. Plenty of movement that could yet happen, but we'll see. The 3rd rotation of riders is going to get awfully tense now because the teams, of course, that clears with their first riders, so they are going to become at risk with their 3rd riders, with the exception of Sweden, of course, who've got 2 clear rounds. Now on to Finland, starting the day with a 4 penalty score from Saniili. So they already have a discard from their first rider. Now it's Ada Hamilien riding Herbie, team that sit in the bronze medal position currently. Ada, who starts the day inside the top 20 as an individual as well. keep their 9.08. Sadly not. And that means they move on to a score of 13.08 after 2 riders have gone, and that will drop them down into 6th position for the time being and allow the Swiss up into the bronze medal position. The discard. 8 it is. So that will be removed, but it is, as I say, an adjustment in the order. Doesn't mean that they can't get back up there, but they're now relying on the other teams to falter. They'll need to be able to bring back some clears. So Switzerland up into the bronze, Great Britain into 4th, Sweden into 5th, and now Finland down into 6th position. That's how it stands, but still 2 more teams to come in this second rotation of riders, so we'll tell you jump 2 more, then we're going to take a little pause, a bit of arena maintenance before we come back with the 3rd and 4th rider from each of the teams. On to the Dutch, who I'm sure keen to try and keep a bit of pressure on Germany, but Jonny, remind you, picked up a score of 4, but that was what happened yesterday, and then came the 3 that followed, who all went clear. And it's Liselott Koremans now, the individual European champion, the gold medalist from the children last year, now with Lele ES. And it's a key moment, one for her as an individual, sat inside the top 15, but most importantly for the team at this stage, because obviously if she was to have a fence, it would allow, again, the teams below them to move ahead of them, but it would also start to give Germany a fence in hand. Wonderful young talent. The European champion of the children last year has just shown why she's so good under all the pressure when it was really needed. She has pushed and jumped the clear for the Dutch team to keep them in the silver medal position. So brilliantly done. Clear over both team rounds from Liselott Koremans and Lola J. And obviously giving her a great boost individually as well. But the big boost is for the Dutch. It keeps them within the fence of the lead. Well done to the Netherlands. Great news for them. But it is to Germany we now turn our attention. The team looking to try and jump their way to gold here today, and a part of that gold medal winning team from 2022's children's title is next in. This is Toni Stormans riding RMF Shimano. Clear in the opening round of the teams. They've already had the clear from Leonard Tillman to protect them at the start. Can they keep it going? go then, final line. Oh dear, it's the first part of the final line. So the first time Germany have faltered in 6 rounds of jumping through the team competition, and that doesn't count. I mean, it's discarded, yes, so Germany still for the moment stay where they are, but they know that it just adds perhaps a tiny twist. Hopefully, though, it will still be straightforward enough. They've got Melter, Messerform and Ambria Bierman still to come. Melter, Messerform is the next up. Is the individual leader coming into today as well, and Brian is in silver medal position, so they've got the top 2 individuals still to come in their team. We're going to take a pause. At the moment, there's the individual standings on the screen, but in regards to the teams, Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland is the top 3 after 2 riders have gone. Back in a moment.
Some might say there's no point in even trying, but I don't wanna hold back. If I'm getting lost, I'm fine with that. Some might say it's too late, but now's the time. So just live your life, all or nothing. We are children of the night, the fire, keep it burning. We're made for something. Live your life, all or nothing. We are children of the night, the fire, keep it burning. We're made for something. Someday I will look back, remember good times. Only took letting go to finally realize that I don't wanna hold back. If I'm getting lost, I'm fine with that. I can't wait to look back, remember good times. So just live your life, all or nothing. We are children of the night, the fire, keep it burning. We're made for something. Live your life, all or nothing. We are children of the night, the fire, keep it burning. We're made for something.
What if I'm gonna say that you were wrong and push yourself and who are you at all? Perhaps you'll say that I am out of my mind, but then you will think about it all night. What if I'm gonna say we are the same? Just forgot how we got into these games. What if I'm gonna say that you were full? And let me ask, what does it mean to you? Doesn't mean to. Giggity boom. What does it mean to you? Wakey, wakey. Biggest joke is what it means to you. The circle here is high, tell it to your lying friend who's trying to self-ego, able to create a hell and destroy his will. I've been talking to myself, learn this spell. How do you know if you are dreaming? So many options have been hidden. My shoe with a goddamn feeling, and this knowledge is forbidden. There's no profit in that freedom of stay for the leader. The shadow of delusion only gets bigger. What if there is no me, and there is no you? My kingdom's empty and free. What if there is no me? Too many words I go through. But I'm curious, human. So could you tell me what it means to? Wakey, wakey. Biggest joke is what it means to you. Biggest joke is what it means to you.
Willkommen zurück, meine Damen und Herren, zu den Mannschaftsentscheidungen der FBI Jumping Junior European Championships. Wir sind jetzt mittendrin, auch was die Medaillen angeht. Der dritte Durchgang beginnt, zunächst einmal mit den Franzosen. Zweimal 8 Startpunkte haben sie in diesem zweiten Umlauf schon gesammelt und wir beginnen den Durchgang mit diesem französischen Spieler, der 10-jährigen.
We're 20 rounds away from knowing the team gold medalists in the Junior European Championships for 2026. We turn once more then to the team from France. Of course, France taking the gold medal back in 2024 in the juniors, not that long ago, 2 years ago in the Netherlands. Currently sitting in 10th place on a score of 27.3. With a discard of 8, still they need to try and avoid. They've already added 8 to their score today. This is the turn of Bassit Tissan riding J. Evendeldes Estan. That final line is proving to be all important, isn't it? The fences count, but it's the final line all day that's proved to be a little bit of a headache for, well, a few of them. Does mean they'll count at 8, additional 8 to their score. that mark of 27.30 becomes 35.30. That was 16 for Basile, and that now becomes the discard mark for France. So from France, we'll go to the Italian team next.
You are all asked to vote for the riders across the finish line, because this is the team decision on the European Championships.
Is the turn of Gabriele Zaghini-Marciani riding Orbit. Delivered the 1-0 score for the Italian team in that first round of the team jumping. Really hoping to continue that strong form here today. They delivered a lovely double clear when they came to the German leg of the Youth Nations Cup this season. Italy holding an 8 penalty score as a discard so far today. Over they go. Italy have had some great form this year in the Junior Nations Cup circuit, and I think, well, have hoped for a lot. Unfortunately, it hasn't necessarily gone that way here, but they have already had a couple of wins, and these two have been part of that. They have been so consistent. Gabriele Zaghini-Marciani at Orbit, then jumped their double clear in terms of the 2 rounds of the teams. They're still on the 6-7-5 individually. They started after the table C, so they're at the moment in 11th. I think, where was he at the start? 36th. Yeah, he'll go through to the individual final with that for sure. Now to Ireland. Annie Boland, the Irish team. Of course, the defending European champions. Currently sitting at 8th place. Annie herself, though, on a score of 9.36 after 2 rounds of jumping. Just not quite had that sort of flow to the scores they've had in previous years. Of course, Ireland, who have got 2 team gold medals in the last 3 youth European Championships. She's riding here with Callisto Blanc. Jump for the 4 penalty score in the first round of the teams. Ireland holding a discard of 4. So it could certainly do with this being clear. Just this last fence to go. Ireland get their clear round in this team final, and it comes from Annie Boland there with Callisto Blanc. With a cracking performance from that young star. That's enough at 9.36 to keep her in the top 30 to get her into the individual final. Only time will tell. We'll find out later. She's got 21st at the moment. Still quite a few riders to come. Now, that means Ireland stay on the 21.63, which from their point of view is great news because it keeps them ahead of the Italians, so they stay in 8th place. As we now look to Belgium, of course, Belgium are the other nation alongside Ireland that have been so dominant over the recent years, 2016, 2018, 2021, 2022 golds for the team. Currently in 7th place. They've had a clear and a 4 so far today, so they have that 4 penalty score discarded. This, though, is Louis Lambret, Start today in 30th place as an individual with Cordelio van der Bos-Ranzet, so a clear round would ensure a individual final place as well. Last year, Belgium took the team bronze in the juniors. Lewis was part of that, although he rode a different horse then called Perel van Oldenried. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant news. Belgium get another clear round. So they stay where they started, 14.41 their score. Of course, they've got a fence in hand over 8th place Ireland, but Belgium want to try and push their way forward, not backwards. So they stay in 7th place. They keep the pressure on those teams above them. And 14.41. Just having a little look. Yeah, they're within a fence of 4th place at the moment. There you go. Right, Finland, who started the day. No, not Finland. Sweden. We'll come to Finland in due course, but of course Finland have moved down. Sweden have moved up. Sweden in 5th, as it stands, have already had 2 clear rounds, and they've got 2 more riders to go. Can they find their way to a clear round here? And it would mean Sweden have locked in that score of 12.42. This is Nora Andersson. She's sitting in 5th place as an individual as well at the moment, at the beginning of today, on that score of 2.04. Her clear to Dow would as well put her, for the moment at least, on top individually. Sweden really have pushed on and come on strong. Gentle little rub. We don't want to do that too often. Oh no, 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 that wasn't the plan. 6.04 obviously impacts her individual total, but it's a discard mark for Sweden. So they stay on the 12.42 in that mix at the moment, but obviously puts a bit more pressure on Matilda Hansen and of course Nora, who was the highest placed individual for Sweden at the start of today, giving away a score of 4. That drops her down the individual order. She's gone down 10 places at least. Onwards to Great Britain now with a discard of 8 to keep away from their score if they can. This is Kate Kerr and this is Petit Fur van der Slage. Kate jumped 4 in the opening team round, having delivered the strongest British performance in the opening competition. This is the testing part, though. It's caught out so many, and this is the point where Britain really do need a clear round. And up steps Kate Kerr and delivers that clear round. Brilliant for them. Maintains the score of 11.59. The British team hold on to fourth. Keeps them ahead of Sweden, keeps them ahead of Finland and Belgium, because if they were to have had fence down, it would be those teams that would all move above them. It's that tight at the moment. One fence is going to cost a team a lot of positions. Well, the next team to go is the Swiss, who have found their way up into the bronze medal position for the moment, but they also have a discard score and they don't have a fence in hand either over the teams that are nipping at their heels. This is the turn of Malin Kevin riding Succo de Roton Z. The 9-year-old jumped for 4 in the opening team round. Sits on an individual total of 6.02, so they could yet qualify individually, but let's see. Swiss looking for their first junior team medal since 2021 when they scored silver. If they were to have a fence, they would go from 3rd down into 6th position as a team after 3 riders. If they stay clear, they stay in the bronze. Ooh, little gentle rubs here and there. It is so tense. The pressure is on these jockeys. Oh, and it's gone. And that will move things round in the order. 4 it is as a score. So it counts as well. We know that. The order then does adjust. And of course, it's the British team now that benefit. They move up into the bronze medal position. Sweden into 4th. Finland, who we'll see in a moment, are currently residing in 5th. And Switzerland dropping into 6th place. It's awfully tight. And don't get me wrong, even when we get into the final rotation of riders, it could all just keep rotating around because they've all got discards. Now, on to Finland, who started today in 3rd in the bronze medal position. Now they currently sit in 5th place on a score of 13.08, but they've got this discard of 8 penalties they really can't afford to start using. If they were to add another 4 to their score at this stage, it would drop them below Belgium and Switzerland and into 7th position. Their 3rd rider is Hugo Konelik, riding here with Vermont. It's a crucial round for him as an individual, as he currently sits in 4th place at the start of today. This is the ride he took the 2021 individual silver medal with in the Children's European Championships. They've got all that experience. But today, the pressure is on again. Moments as he taps the pole, but it stayed up. He's so calm, he looks so relaxed in the way that he's going about this round. He knows what he wants to do. That is what he wants to do, is jumper clear and stay very much in control of his own destiny from the individual standpoint, but from the team standpoint as well. It just keeps them just outside the medals for the moment, but keeps them in touch. The fence there would have really pushed their chances away, so they stay in 5th place after 3 riders have gone. That's Finland. Now to the team that sit in 2nd place. It's going to be the Netherlands. They have a discard of 4. This now is Fay-Louise Vos and Cartier D. Clear round in that first team competition. The team still holding on to the 8-7-1, but with the discard, if she was to have a fence down, it would drop them out of the medals. They would go into 4th place after 3 riders. So again, it shows you just how tight things are at the top. It would also open the door to Germany winning it with still a rider to spare, but let's see what happens. They're on a roll at the moment, and of course Faye herself top 10 individually at the start of today, keeping her in the medal picture as an individual as well. There is so much at stake for these rounds. Everyone that we go through seems to have something more important than the last. To keep it clear for the Dutch. Just one more fence to get over. The team watch on from the sidelines, and it's gone. Oh no! Wow. The shake of the head. She knows what it means. We all know what it means. It means that again the order swings. And now the British team move up into the silver medal position. Sweden move up into the bronze medal position, and the Dutch fall into 4th. As I've said before, and I'll say it now again, don't think that it's going to stay like that, because it could easily turn around again when we go through that final rotation. But obviously, if the teams deliver clears with the positions they're in, then they stick. But what it has also done is opened the door now to Germany being able to win the gold medal with this next round. Although they hold a discard of 4, if this is a clear, Germany win gold. This is Multimeterformen with Blue Water. This is the combination that currently lead the individual standings, and they no longer lead the individual standings, and this junior competition has got more twists and turns that I've seen over the last 2 days. So they add 4. Now they did have a fence in hand, so they will stay in the lead. But suddenly that fence in hand has gone. It is all going to come down to what the riders do in the last rotation. Those anchor riders are going to be under the most immense pressure, whichever team they ride for. One fence is going to have cost him at least 9 positions as an individual. Disappointment for them. Blue Water. Multimeterformen, though, will understand that Germany still have the advantage. They still have it in their grasp. When Brian Beerbohm comes in as their anchor rider, if she's clear, they definitely win it. And obviously by that stage, we will also know what the others around them have done. So, we've got one rider to go from each team. Here we go. On to France, back to the team where we begin in 10th place. The French team have had a tough day in this final round, but they got there. And what was 20 different teams starting out at the beginning of this week. Getting into the top 10 final was far from easy. Now, Myla Moulin-Teste and Hemelen Derafen, the combination that delivered the one and only clear in the first team round for Team France. Can they deliver a double clear like they did at Centaur back in April? And bring things home for France on a high. into the final line on that score that she picked up in the table C. Brilliantly done. Oh yes, look at what it means to the pair of them, the double clear round. Superb for Myla there. She's got into 21st, there's 9 riders left, and my maths is as bad as I think it is, so I can still work out that that means she'll finish in the top 30. So she's climbed her way from 46th a little at the start of the day up into the top 30, and it'll push her, will give her the ability to jump in the individual final. Great news. What a great bit of course designing it has been today from Christian Weigand as well, the German course designer, along with Ralf Stier and of course Melanie Pisarina. They've served up a challenge worthy of this final. It's given us so much to think about. Now to Lavina Labosco, the turn now for the anchor rider for Italy. Picked up just that solitary time penalty in the first of the team rounds. Italy on a team total of 21.88 in 9th position. Into this final line for the last of the Italian team then. The all-defining line. The line that will have everybody sitting closer and closer to the edge of their seats as this team competition builds towards its climax, and that is a clear round from Lavina Labosco. Nicely done, and through to the individual final as well. Wrapping things up beautifully for Team Italy. They will finish in 9th position at worst. 21.88 is their score. I say at worst because obviously there's a team above them at the moment that if they were to falter would change positions with them and allow them up into 8th place. And that team is Ireland, the defending champions, unable to claim a medal on this occasion, but still in the final, and now with Jack Kent as their last rider. Part of that gold medal winning team 12 months ago, he knows what it's like to stand on top of a podium, but today he looks to try and keep the Irish in 8th, and importantly for him, keep him very much in contention for an individual medal. If he was to jump clear, he will remain on that 2.33 he is going to start on, and that, at least for the moment, would put him in 3rd. Obviously, it would guarantee that he finishes no lower than 7th by the end of today. Here we go, final line. Jack Kent trying to keep himself in play for an individual medal. One fence away. Up and down they go, and that is a clear round. Jack Kent delivering Ireland their 2nd team clear after the round from Annie Boland. It means they do indeed finish in 8th place, and they will, of course, in Jack and Ollie, for the moment, go up into 3rd place as an individual. See, there are a couple of riders still to come that could yet better that score, but they're certainly in play for the individual rounds on that Sunday afternoon, tomorrow afternoon. Shouldn't forget as well, we have the first of the individual finals this afternoon, because we will have the individual final for the children. Right, on we go. Belgium, they're on a score of 14.41. Which means they are still within reach of silver, but they are reliant on those still to come to falter. But all they can do is hope that Sepp Wouters, their final rider, does what he did in the first round and jump clear. If he does that, Belgium know that they can do no more, but they've done enough to put the pressure on. They took the bronze last year. Of course, they've got multiple golds in the past. They'd love to find their way back up the order, but it would be something from 7th as it stands. But I can't remember a time where the top 7 teams have come in so tightly bunched to the final riders that you could see the sort of swings that are still available in the order just by one fence going down or one clear round being delivered. It backed off a little bit there. He's going to have to work hard. Oh dear. Nothing he could really do. And the last goes as well. It's one of those lines that just the relateds just keep working against you, and that is a shame. It doesn't come off for Belgium. They will count the 4 they had as the discard. Sepp, of course, who was well placed individually, but with that score now moves on to 13.25. He's out of the individuals. And Belgium finished their team championship on 18.41. Now, Sweden. They have climbed their way into the bronze medal position. It is simply put like this. If they are clear, they are guaranteed to a medal. No pressure. Matilda Hansen, over to you. Louis-Dam's Warrior. Good luck to them both. If they were to falter, it would obviously allow the likes of the Dutch and Finland. Well, it does allow those teams back in front of them. See, the pressure then moves to those teams, and Sweden now, it's out of their hands. So Sweden will go to 16.42. Which will push Switzerland, Finland and the Netherlands all back up. It'll put the Dutch in bronze. Of course, those 3 teams I've just mentioned still have to jump their final riders. If they were to falter, then Sweden would again climb. So close. But not on this occasion, at least for the moment. See what happens. They're going to have to watch from the sidelines. The second fence going down. Disappointment for Matilda Hansen and Louis-Dam's Warrior. Individually down into 21st place. They will qualify for the individual final. But obviously lower than they had wanted. Frustrating moments, but now we move our attention on. Of course, the only teams that have it in their own hands and aren't relying on what others do are Germany, Great Britain, and now the Netherlands. But this means the British team, who go next, started the day in 5th place, are now jumping for a silver medal. A clear round at this stage would guarantee it, at least. We'll see what happens with Emily Gulliver and Glamour DeVee. She's had team bronze in 2023 in the children, and 2 years ago, part of the children team gold. The anchor rider for Great Britain. She's got to get down this line. It's caught out so many today. If she delivers this as a clear, it's going to be guaranteed silver at worst for Great Britain. In the juniors, they have climbed and climbed from 5th up onto the podium to guarantee themselves a silver team medal in the Junior European Championships. Congratulations, Emily. But it could yet turn out to be one step higher, but the pressure for that comes down to what Germany do. But we will wait for that round in a moment or two. But Emily Gulliver has yet again delivered a medal for the British. What a day. What an amazing day for them. Starting down in 5th, climbing up into 2nd. Well done to them all. Holly Gherkin, Nelly Locke, Kate Kerr and Emily Gulliver there. Now, onwards to the Swiss. They currently reside in 5th place. Their only chance of a medal now relies on a clear round from Laura Andre and then faults from Finland and the Netherlands. Laura, though, who sits in 3rd place starting out today in the bronze medal position, coming into this 3rd round of jumping as an individual, has an awful lot at stake. Well, you may well have rattled and rolled a pole or two, but they've all stayed where you want them to. Well done, Laura Andre. She finishes where she starts, and there you have it. It's another clear, and that means she leads individually as it stands. She's guaranteed to go through at least in the top 3. In fact, we know that one of the top 2's already faltered, don't we? So she's going to carry into the individual final, either as she stands in the silver or potentially one higher. Great news. Well done, Laura Andre, and LB's on the 2nd. So Switzerland have got their clear, which therefore means if Finland or the Netherlands falter, Switzerland will move above them. Here we go with the final finish rider, the team that started in the bronze medal position. And a clear round here would guarantee they stay ahead of the Swiss, but of course mean that if the Netherlands faltered, it would be they that would benefit. Good luck. Their last rider is Vera Salimin Kadinsky. Individual scores 7.31. Here we go then, the final line. Back rail stayed, somehow stayed up. Oh no! Added a stride in the wrong time. Just that horrible little short step moment, all got a little confused. She used her luck in the middle of the combination though when she rattled that back rail and it didn't go down. Unfortunately, the last fence did. Wow. So Finland, unfortunately, will drop into 6th place as a team here today, having started out in 3rd in the bronze medal position a little earlier on. There's been so many ups and downs. Now it comes to the first of these two absolutely key medal rounds. First of all, it is about the bronze medal. This is Nina Hudsaka, rides Earth Fire Z. She's the first of 2 riders left to go in this team final for the Junior European titles. A clear round means bronze for the Netherlands. A fence down means bronze for Switzerland. The anchor rider with the pressure. Good luck. And it's gone, and just like that at the beginning of the round, the medals are decided for the bronze. Switzerland take bronze in the juniors. So far today, the 2 teams that started in 2nd and 3rd have both ended up outside of the medals. The team that started 4th has finished 3rd, and the team that finished in, or started the day in 5th has climbed up to 2nd. I say climbed up, not finished, because there is a possibility. Well, we'll come to that in a moment. Sport can be cruel. On occasions, it can go with you, and on occasions, it can go against you. And that seemed a hard round for Nina Hudsaka. Kept her nerve and delivered the rest of it with class to just pick up the 4, but it's the first fence that cost the Dutch, as in the end, they will actually fall down into 5th position, which means Sweden will climb up into 4th, and the Swiss team are guaranteed 3rd on the podium. But as there is only a gap between 9.30 and 11.59 of less than a score of 4, and there is a 4 penalty score discarded, we come to this round. Not only is she jumping to perhaps take the individual lead going into those finals, a clear round means gold in the team for Germany. A fence down means gold for Great Britain. This is Brianna Beerbohm with Kiss Me. Already a gold medalist in 2023 in the children's, when she took individual bronze the following year in the Netherlands. Of course, the daughter of Meredith Michaels Beerbohm. Hugely experienced despite being so young, but now having to handle all of the weight and pressure as Germany look to try and secure their first gold medal here at these championships. This final line has cost so many, so much, but surely this young lady has it within her to deliver a gold for Germany at home in Hagen. Brianna Beerbohm makes it team gold, and the 2026 FEI European Junior Champions, the team is Germany in 2026. Well done to Leonard Tillman, Tony Stormans, Malte Mescher Foreman and Brianna Beerbohm. Together they have combined to win the gold medal at home. And that young lady, Brianna Beerbohm, will be in gold medal position going in to the individual finals as well. Absolutely phenomenal. Well done to her, to them, to them all. And of course to Ebba Schiemann, their chef de keep. What an amazing few days it has been. Congratulations to Germany. Second place to Great Britain, who take the silver medal here today. Holly Gherkin, Nelly Locke, Kate Kerr and Eleni Gulliver. And to the Swiss, who take the bronze with Sasha Beck, Lydia Bertel, Malin Kjavin and Laura Andre. Germany started the day in pole. They ended up on top. I think the Brits will be delighted to have been in the position they've managed to put themselves in, climbing from 5th up into the silver after their bronze last year. And then the Swiss also climbing from 4th into the bronze in 3rd. There's the individual order going through to the final. And that will be something we will enjoy here tomorrow afternoon. Of course, still to come this afternoon, the first of the individual finals, when we have the children's individual gold medal on offer. That excitement is ahead of us. In the meantime, we've got the presentations to come in just a moment for the teams, and I'll let you enjoy that. But congratulations again to Team Germany. An amazing day of sport. Well done.
Warum macht ihr das eigentlich so spannend, dass sie da drüben alle einen Herzinfarkt kriegen bald? Ich hab wieder ein Walkie-Talkie hier.
Once again, we'd like to ask all the individuals that have been double clear in this Nations Cup European Championship final to gather round at the entrance. Timo Schult would like to welcome you there and bring you into the arena for the prize-giving ceremony of this individual class presented by Young Riders Academy. Meine Damen und Herren, es ist alles vorbereitet. Zunächst einmal für die Siegerehrung der Doppel-Nuller in der Prüfung. Der Preis der Young Riders Academy. Here they are, the double clear rounds and the winners of the final class. Es war die Prüfung Nummer 7. Class number 7 is the individual results, all the double clear rounds that have won this class. It was the team final presented by Floyd, and we congratulate all the 15 double clears. Say congratulations to Rodrigo Suhai, Estelle van Dricht, Albert Pijarczyk, Malu-Therese Mulberg-Larsson, Holly Gerken, Sascha Beck, Lennart Tillmann, Lieselot Koremans, Gabriel Zangi Minucci, Hugo Kogelnik, Mila Molenteste, Jack Kent, Emily Gulliver, Laura Andre and Brian Baerbaum, all of them double clear. Congratulations for the victory. And the Floyd Prize, and the first congratulations, and to make this result official by Gunda Reimers, one of the judges here in the jury box. Melanie Hauenhorst und Marie Flick gratulieren unseren Doppelnullern und den Siegern dieses Floyd-Preises. Die Einzelwertung in diesem Mannschaftsfinale mit all denjenigen, die in einer der schwersten Juniorenprüfungen überhaupt Doppel-Null waren. Und dafür sagen wir nochmal herzlichen Glückwunsch. Once again, congratulations to all the winners with double clear, one of the most difficult classes over the year, the European Championships. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate, but kind of quietly, but with a huge round of applause once more for all the winners, the double clears of this final competition on their way out, led by Timo Schulz. Take your lap of honor per foot, and then we will celebrate with the medals later on. Congratulations once again on the double clears. Wir wollen schon mal so ein bisschen in Feierlaune kommen. Nach dem Mannschaftsentscheid der Junioren jetzt auch die Vorbereitung der Medaillenübergabe an die deutschen Reiterinnen und Reiter, an die Briten mit Silber und die Schweiz mit Bronze. Lassen Sie uns schon mal so ein bisschen in Stimmung kommen, um gleich die Medaillen zu übergeben. Machen Sie sich bereit, meine Damen und Herren. Sie sind ausstaffiert. Die Gold-, Silber- und Bronzemedaillengewinner. Aber bevor unsere Protagonisten, unsere Athleten und Pferde in die Bahn kommen, heißen wir erst einmal unser Ehrenkomitee herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the presenting party. Welcome the presenting party, unser Ehrenkomitee. Und jetzt, meine Damen und Herren, heißen wir Sie herzlich willkommen. Nach mehr als 10 Jahren ist jetzt dieses Team die neuen Mannschaftseuropameister der Junioren. Hier ist Team Deutschland. Die Europameister haben die Bahn betreten und die Silbermedaille, meine Damen und Herren, wollen wir natürlich genauso herzlich willkommen heißen. Welcome the silver medal winning team Great Britain. And here they are, the bronze medal for Switzerland. Was für ein wunderschönes Bild, wie sie dort vor uns stehen. Die 3 Medaillengewinner-Teams, die noch auf ihren Pferden sitzen und die wir nun einmal bitten möchten, abzusitzen. Please dismount, dear riders. And before we have the bronze medal winning team on our podium, bevor wir das Bronzemedaillengewinner-Team vor uns haben auf dem Podest, möchten wir dem Ehrenkomitee herzlich willkommen sagen. Welcome the presenting party, the FEI representative Todd Hein, the representative of the Young Riders Academy, Valentina Ottaviani, and the representatives of the organizing committee, Max Haunhorst and Beke Carstensen. And now, we'd like to bring further forward the bronze medal winning team. Wir bitten vorzuziehen zunächst einmal dem Bronzemedaillengewinner-Team. Chef d'Équipe Gianluca Agostoni bringt seine 5 Reiterinnen und Reiter zu uns nach vorne. Mit Dover, Mathilda Larsson, mit LB Sornel 2, Laura André, mit Soko du Roton, Marlene Savant, mit Olala, Lydia Beutel und mit Bastamund, Sascha Beek. This is the bronze medal winning team of Switzerland. We would like to hand over the bronze medal right now by the FEI representative, Todd Hein. The bronze medals for the Swiss team. Congratulations once more, Mathilda Larsson, Laura André, Molly Savant, Lydia Beutel und Sascha Big und Gianluca Agustoni. Die Bronzemedaille für die Schweiz. Wir kommen zum Silbermedaillenteam. The silver medal is allowed to step further forward. We will have enough time for the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen of the British team. This is the team of Tracy Newman with Sophie Campbell, Emily Gulliver, Kate Curran, Nellie Locke and Holly Gherkin. This is the silver medal for Great Britain. And here they come, the silver medals presented by the FEI representative Todd Hein. Well deserved. Securing the score of 11.59 with 3 clear rounds. The silver medals for Sophie Campbell, Emily Gulliver, Kate Curran, Nellie Locke und Holly Gherkin, Tracy Newman, chef d'équipe, Great Britain, silver medal. Und jetzt, meine Damen und Herren, gratulieren wir. Nach der letzten Goldmedaille 2015 sind diese 5 jetzt die neuen Mannschaftseuropameister. Bastille, geritten von Jolie-Marie Kühner, Kiss Me mit Brienne Beerbaum, Blue Water mit Malte Mersch-Vormann, RMF Cinnamo mit Toni Stormons, Veltina und Lennart Tillmann, Chef d'équipe Ebert Seemann, Mannschaftseuropameister Deutschland! Hier kommen die Goldmedaillen. Vom Repräsentanten der internationalen Reitervereinigung der FEI, Todd Hein. The gold medals presented by the FEI representative Todd Hein. Sie haben es so spannend gemacht. 9,3 Strafpunkte waren es am Ende. 4 mal 0 im ersten Umlauf des Teamfinals. 2 0-Runden und am Ende vor allen Dingen Brienne mit der Nullrunde, um Gold zu sichern. Ebert Seemann als Chef d'équipe. Das ganze Team, das dahinter steht, auch sicherlich Heidi von Thiel. Und alle, die dazugehören. Und genauso die Pferde, Bastille, Kiss Me, Blue Water und RMF Cinnamo und Veltina bekommen nochmal einen Riesenapplaus. Die deutschen Mannschaftseuropameister. Und jetzt bitten wir Sie und euch alle, sich von den Plätzen zu erheben, denn zu Ehren der Siegermannschaft, der neuen Mannschaftseuropameister, ertönt die Nationalhymne. Ladies and gentlemen, may we all kindly ask you to be all upstanding for the national anthem of Germany. Heute wird richtig gefeiert. Und bevor wir auf die Ehrenrunde gehen, gibt es natürlich noch die Ehrenpreise. Das CWD-Förderzeug für die Goldmedaillengewinner, die Freejump-Steigbügel für die Silbermedaille und die Pikörger-Maschen für die Bronzemedaille, aber vor allen Dingen auch die Glückwünsche unserer Unterstützer, die Young Riders Academy, vornehmlich Valentina Ottaviani ist unser Gast. Thanks for being here. Valentina Ottaviani handing over the prizes in honor to the gold medal winning team by CWD. The prizes in honor of free jump and the Piqueur boots for the bronze medal. And also, congratulations from our organizing party. Big and Max handing over the prizes in honor, the bronze medal now. Max Hauenhorst und Beke Carstensen mit den allerbesten Glückwünschen des ganzen Organisationsteams dieser Europameisterschaften. Und die Ehrenpreise auch für Großbritannien für die Silbermedaille, überreicht durch Carlotta Schepers und Mick Hauenhorst. Und wenn wir jetzt gleich zu den Sieger- und Medaillenfotos kommen, meine Damen und Herren, dann werden wir das allergrößte Lächeln in die Gesichter unserer Goldmedaillengewinner, der Silber- und Bronzemedaillengewinner zaubern, indem wir alle, so laut wir können, noch einmal applaudieren für die Fotos, die auf den Gazetten der Welt jetzt verbreitet werden. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's picture time. All the photographers, they will receive the nicest picture ever with our cheering for the gold, silver and bronze medal. Und nun ist es Zeit, wieder zurückzukehren dorthin, wo ihr euch am wohlsten fühlt. Time to go back to your most beloved partners, the horses of course. Und meine Damen und Herren, während die Reiterinnen und Reiter zurückkehren zu den Pferden, wollen wir nicht nur diese Medaillenträgerpferde einmal beglückwünschen, sondern unser Applaus gilt all den vierhufigen Partnern, die hier das ganze Wochenende mit unseren Children, Junioren und jungen Reitern im großen Sport unterwegs sind. Der Applaus, der kommt jetzt. Dankeschön an die Pferde. It's not only the medal-winning horses, it's each and every horse that traveled here to Hagen and is competing with all the children, juniors and young riders in the FEI Jumping European Championships. It's the special partnership that makes it worth, and that makes, of course, every medal very special. But each and every round is an experience itself. Und während Sie jetzt wieder aufgesessen haben, meine Damen und Herren, ist es Zeit, alles aus den Händen zu legen, was wir noch in Händen haben. Denn Sie sollen sich anschnallen auf einer feierlichen Ehrenrunde, die sich gewaschen hat. So if you have anything at hand, ladies and gentlemen, put it away, because we need your round of applause as loud as it can get. It's gonna be the loudest lap of honor of all times with a new European champions. They lead the way in the lap of honor. Team Germany, Deutschland auf der Ehrenrunde.
The silver medal for Great Britain. The bronze medal for Switzerland. But here they are once again. The new Team European champions, Germany. Simon bringt sie von dannen, die deutsche Goldflagge, meine Damen und Herren. Und die Europafahne, die dem Ganzen folgt. Und unser Ehrenkomitee, das Marie Flick aus der Bahn folgt. Wollen wir sie noch einmal sehen? Let's see it one more time. Here they are once again, the new gold medal winners. Die neuen Europameister. Jolie-Marie Kühner, Brian Beerbaum, Malte Mersch-Vormann, Toni Stormont und Lennart Tillmann. Und das ist der erste Auftakt. Das sind die ersten Medaillen, die wir heute Mittag vergeben haben. Denn die ersten Einzelmedaillen, die gehören gleich den Children. So let's see who's going to take the individual medals of the children competition. We're going to build the course, and at 3 p.m. we will have the first individual final of the FIA European Jumping Championships of Children. 3 p.m. we start the individual children final.
Hier ist der Ort, wo Träume Hufe kriegen. Sportpferde M&M Hauenhorst. Let's go! Willkommen bei M&M, hier geht's hoch hinaus. Springen wie im Film, jeder Parcours ein Applaus. Hagen am Start und die Welt schaut hin, weil ihr Champions geboren sind. M&M Hauenhorst, Power im Blut. Pferd und Mensch im perfekten Wut im Mut. Über Ochser durch die Nacht, hier wird aus Talent ein Sieg gemacht. Junge Pferde, große Träume, Trainingsplätze statt nur Bäume. Jeder Sprung ein neuer Plan, hier fängt die Zukunft richtig an. Familienpower, Team vereint, wenn der Sandplatz golden scheint. Vom ersten Galopp bis zum Grand Prix Ziel. Hier zählt Herz und Gefühl. Und wenn das Flutlicht angeht, ganz still, weiß jeder hier genau, was er will. Willkommen bei M&M, hier geht's hoch hinaus. Springen wie im Film, jeder Parcours ein Applaus. Hagen am Start und die Welt schaut hin, weil hier Champions geboren sind. M&M Hauenhorst, Power im Blut. Pferd und Mensch im perfekten Mut. Über Ochser durch die Nacht, hier wird aus Talent ein Sieg gemacht. Und wenn du das hörst, weißt du, hier beginnt der nächste große Sprung.
And a kind request for a Dutch driver with a beautiful black Audi. You did everything right buying this car. Such a nice car. but you did something wrong by parking it somewhere someone else couldn't park out. So please, remove your car for a tiny bit. It's a Dutch car with a Dutch sign. Sign is SN895V. Dutch car, sign is SN895V. Would you please be so kind and remove your car a little bit that someone else may park out? Thank you.